Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more night-bound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate at 221B Baker Street had burned down to embers, each one glowing like a small, stubborn secret refusing to fade into ash. The room held that particular quality of late November silence, the kind that settles over London when fog presses against every window and muffles the world beyond to little more than a whisper. Outside, Baker Street had surrendered to the night hours ago. The occasional hansom cab clattered past, its wheels finding every uneven cobblestone, the horse's breath visible in the gaslight like small ghosts leading the way. Inside the study, Sherlock Holmes sat at his desk, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of his work. Papers sprawled across the mahogany surface in what appeared to be disorder, but was, in fact, a system only he could navigate. A half-finished monograph on tobacco ash lay pinned beneath a brass magnifying glass. 3 different newspapers, each folded to a specific article, created a trinity of sources he'd been cross-referencing for the better part of 2 hours. The air carried the scent of old leather from the books lining every wall, mingled with the faint sweetness of the chemical compounds he'd been cataloguing earlier, and beneath it all the ever-present trace of pipe tobacco that had, over the years, woven itself into the very fabric of the curtains. Holmes wore his mouse-coloured dressing gown, that shapeless garment Watson had once described in his writings as making the detective look like a particularly intelligent scarecrow at rest. His long fingers moved across a page of notes, the pen scratching softly in that steady rhythm that meant his mind was working at full capacity, sorting and filing information with the precision of a master librarian organising the world's secrets. In the armchair nearest the fire, Dr. John Watson had succumbed to sleep perhaps 20 minutes earlier, his head tilted at an angle that would earn him a stiff neck come morning, and his copy of the Lancet had slipped from his fingers to rest against his chest, rising and falling with each gentle breath. The medical journal's pages stirred slightly in the warmth rising from the embers. Watson had been reading an article about advances in surgical technique, but the day had been long, a morning surgery, 2 house calls in the afternoon, and then the usual evening companionship with Holmes, who'd been unusually quiet all day working through some private puzzle he hadn't yet deemed worthy of explanation. The gaslight on the wall hissed softly, that small sound becoming almost musical in the quiet. Victorian London ran on gas, and every home knew this gentle song. The whisper of fuel feeding flame, the occasional pop when pressure shifted in the lines running through the walls like civilized veins bringing light to combat the darkness. The lamp cast its steady glow across the study, creating islands of warm illumination and valleys of shadow. It flickered now and then, as gaslight does, making the shadows dance in subtle, familiar ways. Holmes paused in his writing, his pen hovering above the page. Something had caught his attention, though he couldn't immediately identify what. It was a sensation he'd learned to trust over years of observation, that small tug at the edge of awareness that suggested something wasn't quite as it should be. He lifted his head, grey eyes scanning the room with the methodical efficiency of a man who noticed everything and forgot nothing. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked its steady rhythm. 11:30. Mrs. Hudson would have been asleep for hours in her rooms below, sensible woman that she was. The fire crackled as one ember collapsed into another. Watson's breathing continued its peaceful cadence. Everything appeared entirely ordinary, yet something had shifted. Some small detail in the familiar landscape of his study had changed, and Holmes felt it the way a violinist might sense a string gone slightly out of tune. His gaze travelled across the walls, taking in the familiar collection of oddments that decorated the space. The patriotic VR he'd shot into the plaster with his revolver during a particularly boring week, the framed photographs, the chemical charts, the unanswered correspondence transfixed to the mantelpiece with a jackknife, all present and correct. The bookshelf stood in its usual state of organised disarray. The Persian slipper where he kept his tobacco hung from its customary hook. Then his eyes found the wall to his left, where the gaslight cast his shadow, Holmes sat very still. The shadow was wrong. It was a small thing, easily missed by anyone less observant. The shadow's position on the wall corresponded to where he sat. Yes, but the angle was off by perhaps 2 or 3 degrees. When he'd raised his head a moment ago, his shadow should have shifted in perfect correspondence. It had shifted, certainly, but not quite in perfect synchronization. There had been the barest fraction of a delay, as if the shadow needed a moment to remember what it was supposed to do. Holmes leaned back in his chair deliberately, watching the wall. His shadow leaned back as well. But again, there was something not quite right about the movement. It was like watching a poorly trained actor trying to mirror someone's gestures. Technically accurate, but lacking some essential quality of naturalness. He told himself it was the gaslight. Of course. Gas flames were never perfectly steady. They flickered and wavered with changes in pressure, with drafts, with the simple chaos of combustion. Shadows cast by gaslight were living things in their own way, always moving slightly, breathing with the flame that birthed them. Every resident of London knew this. Shadows danced. It was their nature. But this was different. Holmes rose from his chair smoothly, watching his shadow as he moved. It rose with him, yes, matching his height and general posture. But there was that peculiar delay again. A fraction of a second, barely perceptible but present nonetheless. And more than that, the shadow seemed slightly larger than it should be. Not dramatically so. Perhaps 10% larger than the faithful reproduction of his form that should appear on the wall. But in a mind like Holmes's, where precision was everything and deviation from the expected was always significant, 10% might as well have been 10,000. He crossed to the gaslight, his bare feet silent on the Persian rug. The movement should have caused his shadow to shift dramatically across the wall, as his position relative to the light source changed. It did shift, sweeping across the wallpaper with its familiar pattern of fleur-de-lis, but the movement felt somehow reluctant, as if the shadow were being dragged along rather than cast naturally. Standing directly beneath the gaslight now, Holmes looked up at the flame. It burned steadily, its small tongue of fire extending upward in the usual teardrop shape. No unusual flickering, no sputter or smoke to suggest a blockage in the line. The pressure seemed entirely normal. He'd lived with gaslight long enough to recognize its moods, and this flame showed no abnormality whatsoever. Yet when he looked at the wall again, his shadow stretched across it with proportions that still weren't quite accurate. The head was slightly too large, the shoulders are too broad. Small distortions, yes, but distortions nonetheless. Curious, he murmured, the word barely a breath in the quiet room. The sound of his own voice seemed to break whatever spell had held the moment. Holmes shook his head slightly, a gesture of self-directed amusement. Here he was, one of London's foremost consulting detectives, a man who prided himself on unwavering rationality, becoming unsettled by shadows on a wall. It was fatigue, surely. He'd been working since early morning with only brief pauses for sustenance. The mind, when tired, began to see patterns where none existed, to find significance in random variation. He returned to his desk, settling back into the chair with the intention of completing his notes and retiring for the night. The monograph on tobacco ash could wait until tomorrow when his faculties were sharp again. He picked up his pen, found his place on the page, and continued writing. But his attention had fractured. He found himself glancing at the wall every few moments, checking the shadow from the corner of his eye, each time it appeared normal. Each time he told himself he'd imagined the earlier strangeness. Yet he couldn't quite convince himself, and this bothered him more than the phenomenon itself. Holmes did not imagine things. His observations were reliable precisely because he'd trained himself to see only what was actually there, to strip away assumption and preconception and perceive reality in its unadorned state. The clock ticked onward. 1:45. Watson shifted in his chair, muttering something inaudible, and settled back into sleep. The fire had nearly died completely now, just a few stubborn coals maintaining their glow. The room had grown cooler, and Holmes considered adding coal to revive the flame, but the lethargy of late night had begun to settle into his bones. Tomorrow would be soon enough for warmth. He set down his pen, admitting defeat. Concentration had become impossible. His mind kept circling back to the shadow, trying to construct an explanation that would satisfy his need for rational understanding. Light source, angle, atmospheric conditions, potential imperfections in the wall's surface. He catalogued possibilities, but none quite fit the observed data. Perhaps, he thought, he should conduct a proper experiment. Measure the angles precisely, document the shadow's dimensions under various lighting conditions, approach the mystery as he would any other. But even as the thought formed, he recognized it as excessive. A shadow behaving oddly was hardly a case requiring the full application of his methods. It was a curiosity, nothing more, an optical illusion brought on by fatigue and the unreliable nature of gaslight. The clock began to chime midnight, its 12 tones ringing out with mechanical precision. Each chime seemed to hang in the air for a moment before fading, as if reluctant to surrender to silence. Holmes found himself counting them automatically. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 8th chime he happened to glance at the wall. The shadow had grown, not by inches, by feet. It now stretched nearly from floor to ceiling, a great dark shape that still resembled his seated form, but magnified far beyond any possible natural proportion. The head of the shadow nearly touched the crown moulding. The shoulders spanned half the wall's width. Holmes sat utterly motionless, his mind racing even as his body remained frozen. This was no trick of fatigue. This was no illusion born from flickering gaslight. This was something else entirely, something that violated every principle of optics and physics he'd ever studied. The 9th chime sounded. The shadow pulsed slightly, seeming to grow darker, denser, more solid somehow. It was as if the shadow were drinking in the darkness, becoming more substantial with each passing moment. 10th chime. Holmes's scientific mind catalogued observations even through his shock. The shadow's edges remained sharp and well-defined despite its size. It moved when he moved, maintaining that strange delayed synchronization. The gaslight continued burning normally. There was no logical source for additional light that might cast a second overlapping shadow. 11th chime. The shadow's head tilted slightly, though Holmes had not moved his own head. It was a subtle shift, barely perceptible, but Holmes saw it clearly. The shadow was no longer simply mirroring him with a delay. It was moving independently. The 12th and final chime rang out and faded into silence. In that silence, Sherlock Holmes stood slowly, his eyes never leaving the wall. His shadow stood with him, towering now, filling the upper portion of the wall like some vast silent guardian, or perhaps something far less benign. The room felt different suddenly, smaller, more confined, as if the shadow were taking up not just visual space, but actual physical volume, pressing against the boundaries of the study. Watson continued sleeping peacefully in his chair, oblivious to the impossible thing occurring mere feet away. Holmes envied him that ignorance for just a moment. Then his natural curiosity reasserted itself, pushing aside the initial shock. He stepped closer to the wall, approaching his own shadow with the care of a naturalist approaching some newly discovered species. The shadow remained still now, matching his position but maintaining its exaggerated size. Holmes raised one hand slowly. The shadow raised its hand, though again with that fractional delay, like an echo arriving just slightly late. "What are you?" Holmes whispered to the darkness on his wall. The shadow, of course, offered no answer. It simply existed, impossible and undeniable, while London slept beyond the windows and gaslight hissed its gentle song, and the embers in the grate breathed their last quiet glow into the room. Holmes stood there for a long moment, detective and shadow regarding each other in the deep quiet of midnight. Then, with great deliberation, he returned to his desk, picked up a fresh sheet of paper, and began to write. At the top of the page, in his precise hand, he wrote, "The Problem of the Anomalous Shadow, Night 1, 28th of November, 1895. If something impossible was occurring in his study, then it would be documented, measured, and ultimately understood. This was what he did, after all. This was what he'd always done. The impossible simply meant a set of rules not yet comprehended, natural laws waiting to be discovered. Behind him, stretching across the wall like some great dark sentinel, his shadow waited with whatever patience shadows possess. And outside, the fog pressed closer against the windows of Baker Street, as if London itself were holding its breath. The morning brought no answers, only grey light filtering through fog and the ordinary sounds of Baker Street waking to another November day. Holmes had remained at his desk until nearly 3 o'clock, documenting every detail of the shadow's behaviour, measuring angles with a protractor. He'd fetched from his chemistry equipment, sketching the shadow's expanded dimensions with careful precision. By the time he'd finally retired, the phenomenon had faded. The shadow had gradually diminished as the night wore on, shrinking back to normal proportions by 2:30, as if whatever force animated it had grown tired or simply lost interest. He'd slept poorly, his mind turning over possibilities like a man shuffling cards, trying to find a pattern in the deck. When he descended to breakfast at 9 o'clock, Watson was already at the table, working through Mrs. Hudson's excellent kippers with the methodical attention of a man who'd slept well and had no shadows troubling his thoughts. "You look dreadful," Watson observed, glancing up from the Times. His tone carried the easy familiarity of long friendship mixed with professional medical concern. "Burning the candle at both ends again?" "Something like that," Holmes replied, accepting the cup of coffee Mrs. Hudson poured for him with a nod of thanks. The coffee was strong and black, exactly as he preferred, and he drank it like medicine. Mrs. Hudson, that paragon of landladies, set a plate of toast before him and gave him the look she reserved for her more troublesome tenant. "You'll work yourself into an early grave, Mr. Holmes. Mark my words. A man needs proper sleep and proper meals, not just tobacco and thinking." "Your concern is noted, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, managing a thin smile, "though I assure you I'm quite well." She humphed softly, not believing him for a moment, but retreated to her kitchen nonetheless. The woman had learned over the years when to press and when to withdraw, a skill Holmes appreciated more than he'd ever admit aloud. Watson folded his newspaper, his eyes studying Holmes with that particular intensity that meant the doctor in him had been activated. "What kept you up, then? I woke around 2 and saw your light still burning." Holmes considered how to answer. Watson was a man of science, a medical professional trained in observation and diagnosis. He'd seen things during his army service that would shake most men's faith in an ordered universe. Yet he also possessed a streak of healthy skepticism about anything that strayed too far from the material and measurable. How does one tell such a man that shadows had begun misbehaving? "An optical curiosity," Holmes said finally, spreading marmalade on his toast with careful attention. "Nothing of consequence. The gaslight was creating unusual shadow patterns on the wall. I became absorbed in determining the cause. It wasn't quite a lie. It was simply an incomplete truth, which Holmes found more palatable." Watson's expression suggested he suspected there was more to the story, but he didn't push. Instead, he returned to his newspaper, reading aloud a few items of interest: a dispute in Parliament over naval funding, a new exhibition opening at the British Museum, the continuing troubles in South Africa. The morning unfolded in their customary companionable routine, and Holmes began to wonder if perhaps he had imagined the severity of the previous night's occurrence. In daylight, with coffee warming his hands and Watson's steady presence across the table, the memory of the towering shadow seemed almost dreamlike. The day passed quietly. Holmes attended to correspondence, played his violin for an hour with more passion than melody, and conducted some experiments with chemical compounds that filled the study with an acrid smell Watson bore with remarkable patience. No clients called. No urgent telegrams arrived from Lestrade or any of the other Scotland Yard inspectors who occasionally sought his consultation. London, it seemed, was enjoying a brief respite from the sort of crimes that required Holmes's particular talents. But as afternoon gave way to evening and the lamplighter made his rounds along Baker Street, touching his long pole to each street lamp and bringing them fluttering to life like a line of small moons descending to earth, Holmes felt a tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with any physical ailment. Night was coming, and with it, perhaps, a return of the previous evening's impossibility. He found himself inventing reasons to remain in the sitting room rather than retire to the study. He engaged Watson in conversation about the doctor's patients, a topic that usually bored him but now seemed a welcome distraction. He read articles in the evening papers with exaggerated attention. He even played a game of chess with Watson, though his mind was clearly elsewhere, and he made several uncharacteristic blunders that allowed his friend an easy victory. "Are you quite sure you're well?" Watson asked, studying him across the chessboard. "You've been distracted all evening, and you just sacrificed your queen for absolutely no tactical advantage." "My apologies, Watson. My mind was wandering." Holmes stood, crossing to the window. Outside, the fog had returned, thicker than the previous night, transforming Baker Street into a realm of muffled sounds and indistinct shapes. The gas lamps struggled against it, their light diffusing into pale halos that illuminated nothing beyond their immediate vicinity. Watson joined him at the window. "Something's troubling you. I've known you long enough to recognise the signs. Whatever it is, you know you can speak freely." Holmes appreciated the offer more than he could say. Watson's friendship was one of the few constants in his life he'd come to depend upon, though he rarely acknowledged it. But how does one speak of shadows that grow beyond reason? Of darkness that moves with its own volition? Watson would think him ill, perhaps suggest a rescue or a consultation with a specialist in nervous disorders. "I'm simply restless," Holmes said. "The mind requires stimulation, and there's been precious little of interest lately." It was true enough, even if it wasn't the whole truth. They parted ways around 10 o'clock. Watson retired to his room with a new medical text he'd been meaning to read. Holmes, after a moment's hesitation, climbed the stairs to his study. He'd been avoiding it all evening, he realised, like a child avoiding a dark room where something frightening might lurk. The recognition of his own reluctance irritated him. Sherlock Holmes did not fear shadows. He investigated them, understood them, explained them. He entered the study and lit the gaslight with steady hands. The flame caught, burned bright, and settled into its familiar steady glow. The room looked exactly as he'd left it that morning. Papers on the desk, books on their shelves, his dressing gown draped over the chair. Everything normal, everything ordinary. He forced himself to look at the wall. His shadow appeared perfectly normal, matching his position and proportions exactly. Relief washed through him, followed immediately by a strange sense of disappointment. Had he imagined the whole thing after all? Had fatigue and an overactive mind conjured significance from simple gaslight tricks? Holmes settled into his chair and opened a book, determined to spend a normal evening reading. The book was a study of ancient languages, dry as dust and usually effective at occupying his mind. He read 3 pages, retaining almost nothing, his attention constantly drawn to the wall where his shadow sat peacefully, doing exactly what shadows were supposed to do. The clock struck 11. Nothing changed. 11:30 came and went. Still nothing. Holmes began to relax slightly. Perhaps it had been a singular occurrence, some unique combination of atmospheric conditions and gas pressure that wouldn't repeat. He'd document it in his files as an unexplained curiosity and move on. There were, after all, some phenomena that the shadow moved. Not much, just a slight expansion, like a person taking a deep breath. But Holmes hadn't moved. He'd been sitting perfectly still, watching, and his shadow had expanded independently. His pulse quickened. There it was again. Not imagination, not fatigue. Something real and measurable and entirely impossible. Over the next 10 minutes he watched the shadow grow with the slow inevitability of nightfall. It stretched upward and outward, maintaining his seated shape but exaggerating it, enhancing it, transforming it into something larger and darker and more present than any shadow had a right to be. By 1:45, it had reached the same enormous proportions as the previous night, dominating the wall like some great dark portrait of himself rendered in pure absence of light. Holmes sat frozen in his chair, documenting everything with his mind even as part of him rebelled at what he was witnessing. The shadow's edges remained impossibly sharp. Its darkness seemed somehow thicker than ordinary shadow, as if it possessed substance beyond the mere absence of light. And most disturbing of all, it maintained that subtle independence of movement, that fractional delay that suggested it was following him rather than being cast by him. He stood slowly, approaching the wall with the same cautious curiosity as the previous night. The shadow rose with him, towering now, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. Holmes raised his right hand. The shadow raised its right hand a half-second later, the movement fluid but delayed, like watching his reflection in a pond where ripples distorted the timing. "What do you want?" he whispered to the darkness. The shadow, of course, made no reply. It simply existed, vast and silent and profoundly wrong in every measurable way. Behind him, the door opened. Holmes turned to find Watson standing in the doorway, a candlestick in one hand and an expression of sleep-muddled confusion on his face. "Holmes? I heard you talking to someone. Are we expecting a late visitor?" "Watson, Holmes began, then stopped. He glanced back at the wall. The shadow had returned to normal proportions, perfectly ordinary, perfectly faithful to his position and the light source, as if the past 15 minutes had never occurred. Watson followed his gaze to the wall, saw nothing unusual, and frowned. "Are you quite all right? You look as though you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost," Holmes said quietly, "but I'm not entirely certain what I have seen." Watson entered the room fully now, setting his candle on the desk. His medical instincts had clearly engaged. "You're pale, clammy, pupils slightly dilated. Holmes, when did you last have a proper meal? And don't say breakfast, because I watched you push toast around your plate rather than eat it." "I'm not ill, Watson." Holmes moved away from the wall, suddenly exhausted. "Though I suspect I may be experiencing something rather outside the realm of your medical expertise. Try me." And so Holmes told him. Everything. The shadow's growth the previous night, the impossible proportions, the independent movement, the way it had returned tonight, following the same pattern, growing as midnight approached. He spoke clinically, listing observations as he would present evidence in any case, stripping away emotion and presenting only facts. Watson listened with the patience of a man accustomed to Holmes's eccentricities, but as the account progressed, his expression shifted from concern about his friend's health to something else. Uncertainty, perhaps, or the unsettled feeling of a rational man confronted with the apparently irrational. "Shadows don't behave that way," Watson said when Holmes finished. "It's simply not. It's not possible. I'm aware of what is and isn't possible, Watson, which is why this troubles me. Could it be the gaslight? Some flaw in the fixture creating unusual effects? I've examined the fixture thoroughly. It's functioning perfectly normally. The wall itself, then? Some peculiarity in the surface that distorts. The wall is plaster over lath, standard construction. No. Abnormalities?" Holmes ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration rare for him. "I've considered every rational explanation. None fit the observed data." Watson crossed to the wall, examining it closely by candlelight. He held his own hand up, watching his shadow behave exactly as shadows should, faithfully mirroring his movements, proportional to his size and the light source. "It looks perfectly ordinary now. It is now, but between approximately 11:30 and when you entered, it was anything but ordinary." They stood in silence for a moment, two rational men of science confronting something that defied their understanding of natural law. The study felt different now, Holmes thought, as if something had changed in its fundamental nature, or perhaps it was simply that he could no longer trust the space to behave as it should. "We should observe it together," Watson said finally. "If it occurs again tomorrow night, I'll witness it myself. 2 sets of observations are better than 1. Holmes felt a wave of gratitude for his friend's pragmatic response. No accusations of madness or suggestions of medical intervention, simply the scientific approach: observe, document, verify. "Thank you, Watson." "Don't thank me yet. I still half suspect you've been working yourself into hallucinations." Watson managed a small smile. "But if there is something genuinely odd occurring, then by God we'll get to the bottom of it together." They remained in the study until nearly 1 o'clock, watching the wall, but the shadow maintained its proper behaviour. Whatever force animated it seemed to have retreated with Watson's arrival. Finally both men retired, agreeing to reconvene the following evening for a proper observation session. Holmes lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to London settle into its deepest hours. The fog pressed against his window like something alive, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled 2 o'clock with solemn finality. In his study, unseen in the darkness, a shadow waited on the wall, patient as only shadows can be, growing slowly larger as the night deepened around it. The third night arrived with Watson armed and prepared like a soldier heading into uncertain territory. He'd spent the day cancelling his evening appointments, much to the dismay of 2 patients who'd been expecting consultations. At 7 o'clock, he appeared in Holmes's study carrying a leather case containing a notebook, 2 sharpened pencils, his pocket watch for precise time notation, and, somewhat absurdly Holmes thought, a ruler and measuring tape. "If we're to observe this scientifically," Watson announced, setting his equipment on the side table with military precision, "then we'll document it properly. Temperature, time, duration, dimensions, everything measurable shall be measured." Holmes, who'd been standing at the window watching evening claim Baker Street, turned with an expression of genuine appreciation. "You've been reading my monograph on observational methodology. I've been living with you for years, Holmes. Some of it was bound to take hold." Watson crossed to the gaslight and examined it closely. Flame steady, pressure seems normal, fixture shows no signs of malfunction or irregularity. "I've checked it 17 times since yesterday. It remains stubbornly ordinary." They settled in to wait, Watson in the armchair with his notebook open, Holmes at his desk attempting to focus on correspondence he'd been neglecting. The study filled with the companionable quiet of two men comfortable in shared silence. The clock ticked its steady rhythm. Somewhere below, Mrs. Hudson moved about her evening routine, the faint sounds of domesticity drifting up through the floorboards, a kettle's whistle, the gentle clatter of dishes being washed and put away. At 11:15, Watson noted the time in his book and glanced at the wall. Nothing yet. Patience. It begins around 11:30 and reaches its peak near midnight. Like some Gothic tale, the witching hour and all that superstitious nonsense. "I doubt very much this has anything to do with superstition," Holmes said, though his tone carried less certainty than his words suggested. In truth, he had no idea what this had to do with. 3 nights of observation had provided data, but no explanation, and the lack of a working theory gnawed at him like hunger. 11:30 arrived. Watson checked his pocket watch, then looked at the wall with the focused attention of a hunter watching for prey. Holmes found he was holding his breath, uncertain whether he wanted the phenomenon to repeat, or to discover that the previous nights had been some aberration that wouldn't return. The shadow began to grow. "Good Lord," Watson breathed, his pencil frozen above the page. "It's actually... Holmes, it's actually doing it." "Note the time," Holmes said quietly, "and watch how it expands. Not uniformly, you'll observe. The upper portions grow faster than the lower." Watson scribbled frantically, his medical training lending precision to his observations. Edges remain sharply defined. No blurring or diffusion. Rate of expansion appears constant, roughly. I'd estimate it's gaining 6 inches in height per minute. Temperature in the room hasn't changed, no drafts, no fluctuation in the gaslight. Over the next 20 minutes, they watched in fascinated silence as Holmes's shadow transformed itself into something impossible. It stretched upward like some great dark thing unfurling, claiming more and more of the wall, drinking in space and light until it dominated the entire surface from wainscoting to crown moulding. Watson's pencil raced across the page, documenting everything with the thoroughness of a field surgeon recording symptoms of an unknown disease. "It's darker than it should be," Watson observed, his voice tight with the strain of watching natural law being violated before his eyes. "That's not just absence of light. It has depth somehow, substance, as if the shadow itself is made of something." Holmes nodded slowly. He'd noticed the same thing but hadn't quite found words for it. Watson, with his medical background in examining tissues and organs, had identified it precisely. The shadow possessed a quality of solidity that normal shadows lacked. It was more present than absent, more substance than void. The clock began its midnight chimes. On the 3rd chime, the shadow moved. Not mirroring Holmes's position this time. It shifted independently, the massive head turning slightly as if looking around the room. Watson dropped his pencil. Holmes stood frozen, watching his own shadow behave with autonomous volition. "Tell me you saw that," Watson said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I saw it." The shadow continued its slow survey of the room, the enormous head turning from side to side, with a movement that was almost thoughtful, almost curious. Then it went still, facing forward again, matching Holmes's position once more. "This is impossible," Watson said flatly. "Shadows are the absence of light where an object blocks illumination. They don't move independently. They don't possess intention." Before Holmes could respond, a sharp knock sounded at the street door below. Both men jumped, their nerves strung taut by what they'd been witnessing. The knock came again, more insistent, and they heard Mrs. Hudson's footsteps crossing the hallway, heard her voice raised in surprise, then the rumble of a deeper voice responding. "Are you expecting anyone?" Watson asked. Holmes shook his head. Visitors at midnight were unusual even by Baker Street's eccentric standards. Heavy footsteps climbed the stairs, accompanied by Mrs. Hudson's protests about the lateness of the hour. The study door opened without ceremony, and a large figure filled the frame. Mycroft Holmes stood in the doorway, breathing heavily from the exertion of climbing 17 steps, his considerable bulk draped in an expensive greatcoat still damp with fog. His face, so like his younger brother's but softened by indulgence and years of sedentary work, carried an expression Holmes had rarely seen there: genuine agitation. "Sherlock," Mycroft said without preamble, "we need to talk, immediately and privately." Holmes glanced at Watson, who was watching Mycroft with the wariness of a man who'd learned that the elder Holmes brothers' rare visits usually preceded complications. "Anything you need to say can be said in front of Watson. He's already witnessed." "No." Mycroft's voice carried absolute finality. "This is a matter of national security. Dr. Watson, I apologise for the inconvenience, but I must insist." Watson looked to Holmes, who gave a small nod. The doctor gathered his notes and rose, pausing at the door. "I'll be in my room if you need me." When Watson's footsteps had faded down the hall, Mycroft entered fully, closing the door behind him. His eyes went immediately to the wall where Holmes's shadow had now returned to normal proportions, as if shy about being observed by a new party. He stared at it for a long moment, then moved to the armchair Watson had vacated and lowered himself into it with a sigh. "So it's happening here too," Mycroft said quietly. The words hung in the air like smoke. Holmes felt something cold settle in his chest. "What do you mean, here too?" Mycroft pulled a silver flask from his coat pocket and took a long drink. Holmes had never seen his brother drink spirits except in the most extreme circumstances. "How long has it been occurring?" 3 nights. The shadow began behaving abnormally on the 28th, growing larger, moving with a delay, developing what appears to be independent motion. Holmes crossed to his desk and retrieved his notes. "I've documented everything. Watson and I were observing it when you arrived." 3 nights. Mycroft's eyes closed briefly. "Then we're already behind the curve. The incidents at Whitehall began 4 days ago." "What incidents?" Mycroft opened his eyes and fixed his brother with a look of profound weariness. "Sherlock, what I'm about to tell you is protected by the Official Secrets Act. Sharing this information could result in prosecution for both of us. But given what's happening in this room, I believe you have a right to know, and perhaps, God help us, you might have insights we lack." Holmes sat down slowly, his mind already racing ahead, assembling fragments of information into potential patterns. "I'm listening." "The government has been conducting experiments," Mycroft began, his voice low and measured. "Highly classified research into what we've been calling lightless weapons. The concept is simple in theory, diabolically complex in practice. If one can weaponize darkness itself, harness the absence of light as a tactical tool, then one possesses an advantage in warfare that no enemy could counter." "That's absurd," Holmes said flatly. "Darkness isn't a thing that can be harnessed. It's simply the absence of light." "Is it?" Mycroft gestured toward the wall. "Then explain what's been happening to your shadow. Explain the reports coming from the research facility beneath Whitehall. Shadows detaching from their sources, darkness pooling in corners even when light should disperse it. Objects casting shadows in multiple directions simultaneously, or casting no shadow at all despite being in direct light." Holmes felt the world shifting beneath him, the comfortable certainty of natural law becoming suddenly questionable. "You're telling me the government has been experimenting with shadows?" "With darkness, with the properties of light and its absence. We recruited the brightest minds, physicists, optical specialists, even a few fellows who'd been experimenting with what they called ethereal photography. The initial goal was simple reconnaissance. Imagine soldiers who could move through shadow, unseen and undetectable. Imagine darkness that could be directed, concentrated, used to blind enemy forces or obscure our own movements. And instead you got shadows with minds of their own." Mycroft took another drink from his flask. "The first incident occurred 8 days ago. A researcher noticed his shadow behaving oddly during an experiment. We thought it was a localized effect, perhaps some interaction between the equipment and natural shadow formation. But then it spread. Other researchers reported similar phenomena. Shadows growing larger, shadows moving independently, shadows appearing where no physical object existed to cast them." Holmes stood and began pacing, his mind attacking the problem from multiple angles simultaneously. If this was simply equipment malfunction, it would be confined to the laboratory. But my shadow began misbehaving here, in my private study, with no exotic equipment present. That suggests the effect isn't localized. Precisely our concern. If the phenomena are spreading beyond the laboratory, if they're manifesting in random locations across London. Mycroft trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Then you've opened something you can't close, Holmes finished. Some door or breach or fundamental alteration in the nature of light and shadow. The project has been suspended, the laboratory sealed, but the effects continue. Mycroft leaned forward, his bulk shifting in the chair. Sherlock, I need you to stop investigating this. For your own safety, and for reasons of national security, the government will handle the situation. Holmes stopped pacing and stared at his brother. You came here at midnight, clearly terrified, to tell me that the government has broken reality and I should simply ignore it. I came here to warn you. These experiments have touched something we don't understand, something potentially dangerous. The official position is that this is a temporary side effect that will dissipate once the equipment is fully powered down and dismantled. And the unofficial position? Mycroft was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried an edge of fear Holmes had never heard from his supremely rational brother. The unofficial position is that we may have created a breach between our world and somewhere else, something else, and we have no idea how to seal it. Holmes turned to look at the wall where his shadow sat peacefully, mimicking his posture with perfect fidelity now that they were no longer alone. What aren't you telling me? There have been other manifestations, not just growing shadows. Some of the researchers reported hearing sounds from within the shadows, whispers, tapping, patterns of sound that seemed almost like communication, Holmes said softly. Mycroft's head snapped up. How did you know? But Holmes wasn't listening anymore. His mind had made a connection, a leap of logic based on observation and instinct. The shadow's movements weren't random. The way it shifted and pulsed, the variations in its darkness, the timing of its manifestations, none of it was arbitrary. He crossed to his desk and retrieved the notes he'd made over the past 3 nights, spreading them out and examining them with fresh eyes, the shadow's expansions and contractions documented in minute detail. The patterns were there if one knew how to look. You said the project began 8 days ago, Holmes said slowly. The shadow manifestations at Whitehall started 4 days after that. Mine began 3 nights ago, 7 days after project initiation. The spread isn't random, Mycroft, it's progressive, and it's accelerating. Mycroft stood, moving to look over his brother's shoulder at the notes. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that your lightless weapons project didn't just alter the behavior of shadows, it created a medium for transmission. And something is using that medium to spread, to communicate, perhaps to... The gaslight flickered. Both brothers turned to look at the wall. The shadow had begun to grow again, though it was past midnight now, outside the window of time when it had previously manifested. It stretched upward slowly, deliberately, and as it grew, Holmes saw something he hadn't noticed before. The darkness wasn't uniform. Within the shadow's depths, lighter and darker patches formed and dissolved, creating patterns, rhythmic patterns, long pulses and short pulses separated by pauses of varying duration. Mycroft, Holmes breathed. Do you see it? See what? But Holmes was already moving, grabbing paper and pencil, his eyes fixed on the wall. Long pulse, short pulse, long pulse. Pause, long pulse, short pulse. Pause. The shadow wasn't just growing, it was signalling. And somewhere in the back of Holmes's mind, knowledge stirred. Morse code, that relatively new system of communication that had revolutionized telegraph operations across Britain and the world. The shadow was trying to speak. Mycroft watched his younger brother work with the fascinated wariness of a man observing someone decipher a language that shouldn't exist. Holmes had positioned himself at his desk with a clear view of the wall, paper and pencil at hand, his eyes fixed on the shadow with an intensity that bordered on obsessive. The shadow pulsed and shifted, areas of deeper darkness alternating with slightly lighter patches in what Holmes insisted was a pattern. You're certain it's Morse code? Mycroft asked, his voice carefully neutral. The elder Holmes brother had built a career on maintaining composure in extraordinary circumstances, but even his considerable equilibrium was being tested tonight. Not certain, no, but the rhythm suggests it. Long signals, short signals, pauses between clusters. Holmes made another notation on his paper without looking away from the wall. Morse has been in use for telegraph communications for over 50 years. If something wished to communicate using a system, we'd recognise Morse would be a logical choice. If something wished to communicate, Mycroft repeated slowly. Sherlock, listen to yourself. You're proposing that a shadow, an absence of light, a void of illumination, is attempting to transmit messages using a code designed for electromagnetic signals travelling through copper wire. I'm proposing nothing yet. I'm observing and recording. Holmes's pencil scratched against paper. Long, short, long, long pause. Short, long, short pause. The pattern repeats every 43 seconds. If this is random fluctuation in shadow density, it's remarkably consistent random fluctuation. Mycroft crossed to the window, pulling back the curtain to look out at Baker Street. The fog had thickened to the point where the gas lamps were barely visible, just faint halos of light in an ocean of grey. London had disappeared into itself, and somewhere in that invisible city, other shadows might be doing what this one was doing, pulsing, signalling, trying to speak. The researchers at Whitehall reported similar patterns, Mycroft said quietly. We thought it was optical illusion, the mind seeking order in chaos. Perhaps it was. Perhaps this is as well. Holmes set down his pencil and rubbed his eyes, a gesture of fatigue rare for him. But I don't believe that. This is too regular, too deliberate. Whatever this is, Mycroft, it isn't random chance. The shadow continued its pulsing rhythm, and Holmes continued to record, building up what he hoped would be enough data to either confirm or refute his hypothesis. The study had taken on an atmosphere of strange anticipation, as if the room itself were holding its breath. The gaslight hissed its gentle song. The clock ticked toward 1 in the morning. And on the wall, darkness spoke in a language of long and short silences. After 20 minutes of observation, Holmes had filled 3 pages with notation. He set down his pencil and reached for a slim volume from his bookshelf. A telegraph operator's manual he'd acquired years ago during a case involving fraudulent wire transfers. The book fell open to a chart of Morse code, each letter represented by its unique combination of dots and dashes. If I'm reading this correctly, Holmes said, running his finger down the page, and if my transcription is accurate, and if this actually is Morse code rather than my desperate mind-imposing pattern on chaos... He paused, double-checking his work. Then the repeating sequence translates to H-E-L-P. The word seemed to hang in the air between them. Mycroft moved closer, looking over his brother's shoulder at the notes. Help, that's what you're reading? Repeatedly, help, 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 over and over like a distress signal. From what? From whom? Mycroft's voice had risen slightly, his composure cracking. Shadows don't need help, Sherlock. Shadows aren't entities that can experience distress or call for assistance. They're the absence of light. Nothing more. Holmes stood, facing his brother directly. Then explain this. Explain what we're witnessing. You came here tonight because your government experiments have produced effects you can't understand or control. You've sealed laboratories and suspended research because shadows began behaving in ways that violate every known principle of optics. Don't lecture me about what shadows are or aren't, when reality itself seems to have become negotiable. The brothers stared at each other in tense silence, 2 of the finest minds in Britain confronting the limits of their understanding. Finally, Mycroft sighed and sank back into the armchair. What do you propose? He asked tiredly. We continue observing. We gather more data. If this is indeed communication, then help is unlikely to be the only message. Holmes returned to his desk, fresh paper at hand. And we need Watson. His medical precision will be invaluable in ensuring our observations are accurate. Mycroft started to protest, then stopped himself. Very well. But he signs the official secrets documents. And Sherlock, this stays contained. No publishing in your sensational little chronicles with Watson. No bringing in Scotland Yard. This is a matter of national security. It's a matter of understanding what's happening in my study, Holmes replied coolly. The national security implications are your concern, not mine. He left the study and knocked softly on Watson's door. The doctor appeared almost immediately, still fully dressed, clearly having been waiting for word. His eyes moved from Holmes to the study door where Mycroft's bulk was visible through the gap. Is everything all right? Watson asked. That depends entirely on one's definition of all right, Holmes said. I need your assistance with an observation. Are you willing to sign a document promising not to discuss what you witness with anyone outside this room? Watson's expression grew serious. What kind of document? The kind backed by His Majesty's government and enforced with threats of imprisonment. A lesser man might have retreated. Watson simply nodded once and followed Holmes into the study. The next hour passed in focused silence, broken only by the scratch of pencils on paper and occasional muttered observations. Mycroft provided the promised official secrets document, which Watson signed after reading thoroughly, his military background making him familiar with such requirements. Then all three men settled into observation, each recording independently, cross-referencing their notes to ensure accuracy. The shadow continued its rhythmic pulsing. Holmes had been correct. The pattern wasn't limited to a simple distress call. As they watched and recorded, more complex sequences emerged. Watson, with his methodical nature, proved invaluable in tracking the timing of each pulse with stopwatch precision. Mycroft, despite his initial skepticism, brought his considerable intellect to bear on the problem, suggesting alternative interpretations and rigorously testing each hypothesis. By 2 a.m, they had filled a dozen pages with notation and translated perhaps 30 words of what appeared to be coherent communication. Help, trapped, between. Holmes read from his compilation of their notes. Those seem to be the primary repeated elements. Then we have what might be dark, or possibly darkness. This sequence could be cannot or cannot. The distinction may be meaningful, and this longer sequence appears repeatedly but doesn't translate cleanly to any English word I can identify. Watson leaned over to examine the problematic sequence. Could it be a name? Morse code is used internationally. Perhaps it's a word from another language. Possible. Or it could be we're misreading the intervals. Morse code requires precise timing to distinguish between letters. If the shadow's pauses don't correspond exactly to standard Morse intervals, our translation could be compromised. Mycroft had been quiet for several minutes, staring at the notes with an expression of deep concentration. When he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. If this is genuine communication, and if someone or something is trapped between what precisely? Between states of matter? Between dimensions? Holmes shrugged, a gesture of rare uncertainty. We're speculating blindly. We need more data. As if in response to his words, the shadow's behavior changed. The pulsing pattern accelerated, the intervals between signals shortening. All three men leaned forward, pencils poised, watching the wall with the intensity of scholars discovering a new text. The shadow spelled out a longer sequence, more complex than anything they'd yet observed. Holmes translated as quickly as he could follow, Watson and Mycroft calling out confirmations of each letter. TRAPPEDIN, HADOW, WORLD, Holmes read aloud as he wrote, trapped in shadow world. Good God. That's not scientifically coherent, Mycroft said, but his voice lacked conviction. Shadow world? What does that even mean? The shadow continued, undeterred by their confusion. More words emerged from the darkness, each one adding to a picture that seemed simultaneously clearer and more impossible. CANSEEYOU, Watson read, his voice tight. Can see you. It can see us. Holmes stood and approached the wall slowly, as if moving toward a wild animal that might spook. He raised one hand, holding it between the gaslight and the wall, creating a distinct hand-shaped shadow that overlapped with the larger anomalous shadow. The smaller shadow behaved normally, faithfully reproducing the shape and position of his hand. The larger shadow pulsed 3 times, short, 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 the Morse code for S, then 3 more times, the letter again, repeated, an acknowledgement, a response. It sees us, Holmes said quietly, and it's responding to direct interaction. Watson had gone pale but maintained his scientific composure, continuing to record everything in his notebook. Mycroft had risen from his chair and now stood with his back to the room, staring out the window as if seeking refuge in the fog-shrouded normalcy of Baker Street beyond. Holmes positioned himself directly in front of the wall, his shadow merging with the larger anomalous shadow. He raised both hands and began to signal back using his fingers to create patterns, short occlusions of light for dots, longer ones for dashes. Slowly, carefully, he spelled out a message in response. WHOAREYOU. The shadow's pulsing stopped entirely. For a long moment, nothing happened. The three men waited in tense silence, barely breathing, watching the wall with an intensity that made the air itself seem to thicken. The clock ticked toward 3 in the morning. Somewhere outside, a cat yowled in the fog. Mrs. Hudson's house settled around them with the small creaks and sighs of old wood adjusting to temperature changes. Then the shadow began to pulse again, but differently now. The rhythm was slower, more deliberate, as if the entity behind the communication were choosing its words with great care. Holmes translated as the letters emerged, CORNELEUS, WEBB. Watson dropped his pencil. Mycroft turned from the window. Holmes stood frozen, his mind racing through implications and impossibilities. Cornelius Webb, Mycroft said slowly. The physicist who disappeared from his laboratory 3 months ago. I thought he'd simply left London, Watson said. The papers reported he'd had some kind of nervous collapse, walked away from his position at the Royal Society and vanished. There was talk of debts, or perhaps a woman. But Holmes was already moving, pulling books from his shelves with the controlled urgency of a man pursuing a critical lead. He located the volume he wanted, a registry of scientific professionals published annually by the Royal Society, and flipped through pages until he found the entry he sought. Webb Cornelius, born 1851, educated at Cambridge, specialisation in theoretical physics with particular focus on the properties of light and shadow, published 3 monographs on dimensional theory and the nature of darkness. Holmes looked up from the book. His last known address was a laboratory on Devonshire Street, not 2 miles from here. He disappeared on the 23rd of August. No trace was ever found. And now he's signalling from inside a shadow on your wall, Watson said. The absurdity of the statement not lost on any of them. The shadow pulsed again. HELPMEPLEASE. Holmes set down the book and approached the wall again. Using his hands, he signalled back, HOW. The response came more quickly now, as if Webb, assuming this truly was the missing physicist, had been waiting for that exact question, hoping someone would ask, preparing his answer across whatever impossible distance separated him from the world he'd left behind. FINDMYRESEARCHLABORATORY ANSWERSTHERE. Mycroft moved to stand beside his brother, both of them staring at the wall where darkness spoke. This is impossible, Mycroft said, but it was a statement of fact rather than denial. A man cannot exist inside a shadow. Shadows are not places. They're not spaces that can contain matter. Apparently, Holmes said quietly, we've been wrong about what shadows are. The shadow pulsed once more, a final message before it began to fade as dawn approached somewhere beyond the fog. The light from the gaslight seemed to strengthen somehow, or perhaps the shadow's hold on the wall was weakening. The last message spelled itself out slowly. TIMERUNNSNGOUT. Then the shadow shrank rapidly, collapsing back to normal proportions in the space of perhaps 30 seconds. It settled into its proper place on the wall, matching Holmes's position exactly, behaving as shadows had behaved since the beginning of a light itself. The 3 men stood in the study as the earliest hints of dawn began to dilute the darkness beyond the windows. They didn't speak. What was there to say? They'd just witnessed the impossible, documented it with scientific rigour, and received a plea for help from a man who'd fallen through reality into darkness itself. Finally, Watson broke the silence. We're going to find his laboratory, aren't we? Holmes nodded slowly, his mind already assembling the necessary steps. At first light, we'll locate his research, determine what he was working on when he disappeared, and see if his notes contain any indication of how to reverse what happened to him. And if they don't, Mycroft asked, then we deduce it ourselves. Holmes turned to face his brother. You said your government experiments created a breach. Webb's research may show us how to close it, or how to retrieve a man from the other side. Mycroft's expression was grave. You realise what you're proposing. If Webb truly is trapped in some other space, some shadow dimension, retrieving him could mean expanding the breach, making it worse. Perhaps understanding his research is the key to sealing the breach entirely. Holmes moved to the window, watching the fog begin to thin as dawn approached. Either way, we cannot simply abandon a man who's calling for help, especially when his knowledge may be the only thing that can restore the natural order. Watson began gathering the pages of notes they'd compiled, organising them with his characteristic neatness. "I'll prepare a bag, medical supplies in case we find him and he's injured, torches, notebooks, whatever we might need for laboratory exploration." "Good. Mycroft, I'll need any information your government has on Webb's disappearance. Official reports, witness statements, anything that might indicate what he was working on when he vanished." Mycroft nodded heavily. "I'll have the files sent by messenger within the hour. But Sherlock, understand, if this goes wrong, if the situation escalates, the government will intervene, and they won't be gentle." "Noted. Now go. We have work to do, and according to our correspondent, time is running out." Mycroft left, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. Watson departed to his room to prepare. Holmes remained at the window, watching London emerge from darkness as it had every morning since the city began, oblivious to the impossible thing that had just occurred in a study on Baker Street. Behind him, on the wall, his shadow sat peacefully in the growing dawn light. Ordinary, normal, nothing more than darkness where light could not reach. But Holmes knew better now. Shadows were not simple absences, they were thresholds, doorways, places between. And somewhere in that darkness, a man was trapped and waiting. The morning arrived grey and hesitant, as if London itself were uncertain about committing to daylight after the revelations of the night before. Holmes had not slept. Instead, he'd spent the hours between Mycroft's departure and dawn organising their notes, cross-referencing the translated messages, and preparing a methodical approach to what he was already calling, in the privacy of his own mind, the Webb retrieval problem. Watson emerged from his room at 7 o'clock, looking considerably more rested than Holmes felt. The doctor had managed a few hours of sleep, though his first words suggested those hours had not been entirely peaceful. "I dreamed about shadows," Watson said, accepting the coffee Mrs. Hudson brought up with their breakfast. "Shadows that moved like living things, reaching and grasping. I've had nightmares before. God knows my time in Afghanistan provided ample material, but there was something particularly unsettling about darkness itself becoming predatory." "A natural psychological response to witnessing the impossible," Holmes replied, though he suspected his own dreams, had he permitted himself sleep, would have been similar. The mind attempts to process what it cannot rationalise by transforming it into the language of nightmare. Mrs. Hudson set down a plate of toast and kippers, studying both men with the knowing look of a woman who'd seen them through countless strange cases. "You've been up all night again, Mr. Holmes, and Dr. Watson has that look he gets when you're both about to do something dangerous." "Simply research, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes assured her. "Nothing more hazardous than dusty archives and old documents." She made a sound of profound scepticism but left them to their breakfast. The moment her footsteps faded down the stairs, Watson leaned forward. "Are we really going to attempt this? To find a way to retrieve a man from inside a shadow? We're going to investigate his laboratory, examine his research, and determine what he was working on when he disappeared. What we do beyond that will depend entirely on what we discover." Holmes pushed his breakfast aside, appetite lost to the urgency of purpose. "The question that troubles me is temporal. Webb's shadow said time was running out. Running out toward what? What happens if we fail to retrieve him?" "Perhaps he simply fades," Watson suggested. "Like a shadow when the light source is removed. If he's trapped in some state between existence and non-existence, maybe he's losing coherence. Or perhaps the breach is closing, and he'll be permanently sealed wherever he is." Holmes stood and began pacing, a habit that helped him think. 3 months he's been gone. 3 months trapped in darkness, and only now, when your government experiments opened similar breaches, did he gain the ability to communicate. That suggests the breaches are connected somehow. A network of tiers in reality, all feeding into the same space. A sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. Mrs. Hudson appeared again, this time carrying a sealed envelope marked with the government's official stamp. "Messenger just delivered this for you, Mr. Holmes. Said it was urgent and I was to bring it straight up." Holmes took the envelope and dismissed her with thanks. Inside were several documents in Mycroft's precise hand, along with official police reports and witness statements regarding Cornelius Webb's disappearance. Both men bent over the papers, reading quickly. The official story was straightforward and unremarkable. Webb had been conducting private research in his Devonshire Street laboratory, funding it through a small inheritance from a deceased uncle. His landlord had reported not seeing him for several days in late August. When police investigated, they found the laboratory locked from inside but completely empty of any occupant. Webb's personal effects remained: clothing, books, research notes scattered across his desk, but the man himself had vanished. Initial speculation suggested suicide, though no body was ever found. The prevailing theory eventually became that Webb had suffered some mental crisis and wandered away from London entirely, perhaps assuming a new identity elsewhere. His work was considered brilliant but eccentric, focusing on theoretical aspects of physics that had little practical application. Several colleagues described him as obsessive, particularly about his shadow studies. Shadow studies, Watson read aloud from one witness statement. Professor Marcus Tennant of the Royal Society states, Webb had become increasingly fixated on the idea that shadows were not merely the absence of light but possessed properties of their own. He spoke of shadows as doorways, as spaces adjacent to our world. His colleagues found his theories increasingly difficult to take seriously. Some suspected the strain had affected his mental faculties. Holmes pulled out another document, a partial inventory of items found in Webb's laboratory after his disappearance. The list included standard scientific equipment, but several items caught his attention. Multiple mirrors arranged, in specific geometric patterns, Holmes read, prisms of various sizes, light sources of measured intensity, photographic equipment adapted for unusual purposes. The constable who catalogued this noted that the camera appeared modified to capture exposures in near-total darkness, and most intriguing, a journal containing mathematical formulae and diagrams that the investigating officers couldn't interpret. "Where is the journal now?" Watson asked. Holmes flipped through the remaining documents until he found what he sought. Placed in storage at Scotland Yard as evidence in a missing person case that was never solved. Case number 1847B, stored in the evidence room at the Yard's basement archives. "We need that journal." "Indeed we do, along with access to Webb's laboratory, assuming it hasn't been rented to new tenants in the 3 months since his disappearance." Holmes was already moving, pulling on his coat. "Mycroft has included the laboratory's address and a letter of authorization, allowing us access to both the premises and the Scotland Yard evidence. My brother may be concerned about national security, but he's at least facilitating our investigation." They departed Baker Street within the hour, taking a hansom through London's morning traffic. The fog had lifted somewhat, revealing the city in all its Victorian complexity. Grand buildings standing shoulder to shoulder with cramped housing, well-dressed gentlemen navigating around street vendors and crossing sweepers. The air carried the usual London mixture of coal smoke, horse manure, and the indefinable scent of human enterprise packed densely together. Devonshire Street lay in Marylebone, a respectable if unremarkable neighbourhood of modest commercial buildings and residential apartments. Webb's laboratory occupied the upper floor of a narrow brick building wedged between a chemist's shop and a stationer's. The ground floor housed a tobacconist who, when Holmes presented the authorization letter, produced a key with the weary air of a man who'd been asked about the strange scientist upstairs far too many times. "Odd fellow, that Webb," the tobacconist said, handing over the key. "Kept strange hours. I'd hear him moving about up there at all hours of the night. Sometimes there'd be lights, bright flashes visible through the windows, and sometimes complete darkness even when I knew he was working. Asked him once what he was studying. He said, the properties of absence, whatever that means. The properties of absence." Holmes filed the phrase away as they climbed the narrow stairs to the laboratory door. The lock turned smoothly, and the door swung open on oiled hinges, revealing a space frozen in time since Webb's disappearance. The laboratory was a single large room with high windows that normally would have filled the space with natural light. But heavy curtains had been drawn across every window, and the darkness was profound. Watson produced matches and lit the gas lamps, mounted on the walls. As light filled the room, both men stopped and stared. The space was extraordinary. Mirrors covered nearly every surface, hung on walls, propped on tables, positioned at precise angles throughout the room. Some were ordinary-looking glasses, others appeared to be specialized optical equipment with adjustable mounting brackets. The mirrors created a disorienting effect, reflecting each other in infinite regression, multiplying the room's contents into dizzying repetition. In the centre of the laboratory stood a framework of brass and iron, approximately 6 feet tall and circular in design. Within this framework, more mirrors had been arranged in a complex geometric pattern that Holmes couldn't immediately decipher. Light sources, gas lamps with adjustable shutters, surrounded the framework at measured intervals. The walls were covered with diagrams and mathematical notations, written directly on the plaster in what appeared to be chalk or charcoal. Equations sprawled across every available surface, some crossed out and corrected, others circled as if marking significant breakthroughs. Holmes recognised some of the mathematical language, differential equations, geometric formulae, but much of it was beyond his immediate comprehension. Watson moved carefully through the space, his medical instincts making him wary of disturbing what was clearly a carefully constructed experiment. It looks like he was trying to create something. This central apparatus, it's deliberately designed, not random. Holmes approached the brass framework, examining it from multiple angles. The mirrors within were positioned to reflect light in specific patterns, bouncing illumination through the structure in ways that created strange shadow effects. Even with the gas lamps burning, the centre of the framework remained oddly dark, as if light were being drawn into it rather than reflected. He was creating a confluence point, Holmes said, understanding dawning. Multiple light sources, precisely angled mirrors, all designed to create a specific pattern of light and shadow at the exact centre of the apparatus. But to what end? On a desk pushed against one wall, they found Webb's working notes, dozens of pages of dense handwriting, diagrams and observations. Holmes gathered them carefully, laying them out in chronological order based on the dates noted at the top of each page. The notes told a story of increasing obsession and growing insight into something that conventional science didn't acknowledge. The 17th of June. The shadow is not absence but presence, a dimension adjacent to our own, visible but intangible. I have confirmed through repeated experiment that shadows possess properties independent of the light that defines them. 3rd July. Success. Using precisely angled mirrors and controlled light sources, I have created shadows that persist for several seconds after the object casting them is removed. The implications are staggering. Shadow has substance. Shadow has duration. Shadow exists. 29th July. I can feel it now when I work within the apparatus, a pulling sensation, as if the shadows are aware of me, as if they're trying to draw me in. My colleagues think me mad, but I am closer to understanding than any of them realise. There is a world of shadow, and it is not empty. 15th August. I have determined the precise configuration needed. 7 light sources at specific angles, mirrors arranged in a pattern that ancient geometric texts called the doorway spiral. When activated, the centre of the apparatus becomes what I can only describe as thin. Reality itself becomes penetrable. I can feel the shadow world pressing against our own, separated by the thinnest of membranes. 22nd August. Tomorrow I will attempt passage. If my calculations are correct, the apparatus will allow me to step through into the shadow world itself, to exist in that space between light and dark, to observe it directly rather than through the limited lens of our light-bound perspective. I leave these notes as record. If I do not return, let them know I was right. Shadows are doorways. Darkness is not empty. There is another world, and I will be the first to walk in it. The notes ended there. The date was August 22nd, one day before Webb's disappearance. Watson had been reading over Holmes's shoulder. When he finished, he stepped back and let out a long breath. He did it intentionally. He wasn't taken or trapped by accident. He walked into the shadow world deliberately. And found he couldn't return, Holmes added grimly. His confidence exceeded his caution. He created a doorway but didn't ensure he could open it from the other side. Holmes moved back to the brass apparatus, examining it with new understanding. The framework had been positioned precisely, the mirrors angled according to Webb's meticulous calculations. But something was missing. The specific light sources Webb had mentioned. The gas lamps mounted on the walls were ordinary fixtures, not the calibrated equipment his notes described. He must have used portable lamps, Holmes said, searching the room. 7 sources of specific intensity, positioned at exact locations around the apparatus. They're not here now. Either he took them with him, unlikely if he intended to return, or someone removed them after his disappearance. The police inventory mentioned light sources, Watson recalled. Perhaps they're in storage with the Journal at Scotland Yard. Holmes nodded, but his mind was already racing ahead. If they could recreate Webb's apparatus exactly as he'd configured it, using the same arrangement of mirrors and lights, perhaps they could reopen the doorway he'd created, but the risks were enormous. They'd be attempting to puncture reality based on the notes of a man who'd succeeded once and become trapped as a result. He turned to examine the diagrams on the walls more closely. One in particular caught his attention, a geometric pattern labelled the threshold configuration. It showed 7 points arranged in a specific pattern around a central location, with lines connecting them in what appeared to be both a geometric and symbolic arrangement. Beside it, Webb had written a note in smaller script. The ancient alchemists knew. They called it the Shadow Gate. 7 lights to pierce the veil, 7 mirrors to hold it open, and at the centre the traveller must stand in perfect darkness while surrounded by perfect light. Only then does the membrane thin enough for passage. Watson, look at this. Holmes pointed to the diagram. This isn't just physics. Webb was incorporating older knowledge, alchemy, perhaps even older mystical traditions. He was blending science with something else. Watson studied the diagram with a physician's eye for detail. 7 points, like the 7 classical planets of ancient astronomy, or the 7 traditional metals of alchemy. He was using symbolic arrangements with scientific precision. Exactly. And that may be why his colleagues dismissed his work. He crossed boundaries that modern science prefers to keep separate. Holmes carefully copied the threshold diagram into his own notebook. We need that journal from Scotland Yard, and we need to inventory exactly what light sources Webb was using. If we're to attempt retrieval, we must recreate his work exactly. They spent another hour documenting everything in the laboratory, measuring the apparatus, sketching the mirror arrangements, photographing the wall diagrams with the modified camera they found stored in a corner. The camera itself was fascinating, equipped with what appeared to be filters and lenses designed to capture exposures in conditions of minimal light. As they worked, Holmes became aware of a peculiar sensation. The laboratory felt wrong somehow, though he couldn't immediately identify why. The temperature was normal, the air was still if slightly stale from months of being sealed. Yet there was something off, some quality to the space that made his skin prickle with unease. He moved to the centre of the brass apparatus, standing where Webb would have stood on that final night in August. The mirrors surrounded him, reflecting his image dozens of times, creating an infinity of Holmeses stretching away into reflection upon reflection. The effect was disorienting, but that wasn't what unsettled him. It was the shadows. Even with multiple gas lamps burning, the shadows in this space didn't behave quite right. They were too dark, too present, too solid-looking. And at the very centre of the apparatus, directly beneath where Holmes now stood, the shadow seemed deeper than it should be. A pool of darkness that resisted the surrounding light. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, "extinguish all but one lamp." "What? Why?" "Humour me." Watson moved around the room, turning down the gas lamps one by one, until only a single source remained. The laboratory dimmed, and the shadows grew, accordingly. But the shadow at the centre of the apparatus grew disproportionately, expanding like something alive, drinking in the darkness. Holmes stepped back quickly, and the shadow seemed to pulse once, as if disappointed. "The breach is still here," Holmes said, understanding flooding through him. "Webb didn't just create a temporary doorway. He tore something, opened something, and it never fully closed. This laboratory has been sitting here for 3 months with a weak point in reality right at its heart." Watson relit the lamps hastily, and the shadow retreated to more normal proportions. "Then we can't just recreate his experiment. We'd be widening an existing breach." "Perhaps. Or perhaps that's exactly what we need to do." Holmes moved to gather Webb's notes. "But we'll need help. Someone who understands both the physics and the symbolic elements he was working with, and we'll need the materials from Scotland Yard's evidence storage." They locked the laboratory and returned to Baker Street, their arms full of notes and diagrams. The day had fully established itself now, London going about its business in happy ignorance of shadow worlds and trapped physicists. But Holmes's mind was already working through the problem, assembling pieces of an impossible puzzle. Cornelius Webb had opened a door between worlds and stepped through, confident in his genius and his calculations. He'd been right about the door but wrong about the return journey. Now, 3 months later, that door remained fractionally open. And somewhere in the darkness beyond it, a man was signalling for rescue while time ran out. The question was no longer whether such a rescue was possible. The question was whether attempting it might open the door so wide it could never be closed again. Scotland Yard's evidence room occupied the basement of the building on Great Scotland Yard Street, a warren of shelves and storage boxes that smelled of dust, old paper, and the accumulated detritus of countless unsolved cases. The constable who led Holmes and Watson down the narrow stairs was young, perhaps 25, with the eager efficiency of a man still new enough to his duties to take them seriously. Case 1847B, you said? The constable consulted a ledger, running his finger down columns of entries. Ah, yes. Webb, Cornelius. Missing person, presumed voluntary departure. Items catalogued and stored in August. Haven't been touched since, far as I know. He led them deeper into the basement, past shelves holding everything from blood-stained clothing to stolen jewellery, to weapons used in crimes both solved and unsolved. The gas lamps were spaced far apart down here, creating pools of light separated by valleys of shadow. Holmes found himself watching those shadows more carefully than he would have just a week ago, half expecting them to pulse with hidden messages. Here we are. The constable stopped before a shelf holding several boxes marked with case numbers. He pulled down a medium-sized crate and set it on a nearby table. Sign here to acknowledge receipt, and I'll need them returned before end of business today, unless you've got authorization for extended examination. Holmes produced Mycroft's letter, which granted them effectively unlimited access. The constable's eyes widened slightly at the government seal, and his demeanour shifted from merely helpful to almost obsequious. Of course, sir. Take all the time you need. I'll be at the desk upstairs if you require anything. When they were alone, Watson opened the crate carefully. Inside, wrapped in brown paper and tagged with evidence numbers, were the items removed from Webb's laboratory. 7 specialised oil lamps of identical design, each with adjustable shutters and what appeared to be calibrated intensity controls, a set of precisely ground prisms, several journals filled with mathematical notation and observational notes, and, most intriguingly, a small wooden box containing what looked like 7 pieces of polished obsidian, each carved with symbols that Holmes didn't immediately recognise. What are these? Watson held up one of the black stones, turning it in the light. The symbols carved into its surface seemed to shift slightly as the angle changed, though that was likely just an optical effect of the polished surface. Holmes took the stone, examining it closely. Ritual objects, unless I'm very much mistaken. Webb wrote in his notes about combining scientific precision with older traditions. These may be part of that synthesis. Symbolic anchors for his 7 light sources. He set the stone down and opened the largest journal, which appeared to be Webb's primary research diary. The entries spanned several years, starting with conventional physics experiments and gradually evolving into something far stranger. Holmes read quickly, his eyes scanning pages of dense notation, occasionally stopping to examine a particularly significant passage. Watson, meanwhile, had begun examining the specialised lamps. These are remarkable pieces of engineering. The shutters allow for precise control of light output, and these gauges suggest they can be calibrated to specific intensities. But look at this. He pointed to engravings on the base of each lamp. They're numbered, 1 through 7. Webb's 7 light sources, Holmes said, looking up from the journal, positioned at specific points around his apparatus, each emitting a precisely measured amount of illumination. He spent months calculating the exact intensity ratios needed. He returned to the journal, finding the entries from late July and early August, the final weeks before Webb's disappearance. The handwriting grew more excited, less controlled, as if Webb's pen could barely keep pace with his racing thoughts. 2nd August. I have refined the calculations. Each light source must emit at a specific ratio to the others, not random intensities but a harmonic progression. 1.2235, 8, 13, 21. The Fibonacci sequence. Nature's own mathematics, expressing itself in the threshold between light and shadow. The ancients knew this intuitively. I have proven it scientifically. 9th August. The obsidian anchors are prepared, each stone carved with symbols from the Hermetic tradition, the 7 classical metals, the 7 planetary bodies, The 7 stages of alchemical transformation. Superstition and science merged at last. My colleagues would be horrified. I am exhilarated. 16th August. Initial tests confirm the theory. When all 7 lights are positioned correctly and calibrated to the harmonic progression, the shadows at the center point behave unnaturally. They deepen. They resist dispersal. They become, in effect, more real than the light creating them. I can feel the membrane thinning. The shadow world presses close. Watson had been reading over Holmes's shoulder again. He was completely obsessed. Look at how the writing deteriorates toward the end. This is the work of a brilliant man losing perspective, perhaps losing his grip on reality altogether, or a brilliant man glimpsing a truth so profound it shattered his understanding of what reality is. Holmes closed the journal carefully. The question is whether his methods were sound, whether what he discovered was genuine, or simply the delusion of an overwrought mind. We know his discoveries were genuine, Watson pointed out. The shadow in your study, the messages in Morse code. Webb successfully reached something, even if that something is impossible by conventional understanding. Holmes nodded slowly. They gathered the items from the crate, journals, lamps, prisms, and the obsidian stones, and signed them out for extended examination. The young constable helped them carry everything to a waiting cab, clearly curious about what warranted such high-level government interest but too disciplined to ask questions. Back at Baker Street, they transformed Holmes's study into a research centre. The journals were spread across every available surface, open to key passages. The 7 lamps were arranged on the floor in the pattern Webb's diagram specified. A heptagon with 1 lamp at each vertex and the brass apparatus, which they'd carefully transported from Devonshire Street the previous day, at the centre. Mrs. Hudson appeared at the door, took one look at the chaos and sighed with the resignation of a woman who'd seen her lodgings transformed into makeshift laboratories too many times to count. "Should I prepare the spare room for Dr. Watson?" she asked. "I assume whatever madness you're engaged in will run late into the night." "Your foresight is appreciated, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, without looking up from the journal he was reading. "And perhaps coffee. A great deal of coffee." She departed, muttering something about peculiar gentlemen and their peculiar ways. But Holmes knew she'd return with a pot of excellent coffee within the hour. For all her protestations, Mrs. Hudson had grown rather fond of their peculiar ways over the years. Watson had been examining the obsidian stones with a magnifying glass. These symbols are quite sophisticated. Not random mystical nonsense, but a coherent symbolic language. This one appears to represent Saturn, both the astrological symbol and the alchemical symbol for lead. This one is Jupiter and tin, sun and gold, moon and silver. The 7 classical planets and their associated metals, Holmes confirmed. Ancient correspondences between celestial bodies and earthly substances. Webb was using them as a symbolic framework for his light source arrangement. But why? If this is pure physics, why incorporate alchemical symbolism? Holmes set down his journal and crossed to the window, looking out at Baker Street where afternoon was giving way to early evening. Perhaps because it isn't pure physics. Perhaps what Webb discovered was that reality operates on multiple levels simultaneously, the material and the symbolic, the scientific and the mystical. Modern science has spent centuries trying to separate these elements, insisting only the material is real. But what if that separation is artificial? What if the universe responds to symbolic arrangement as readily as it responds to mathematical precision? Watson was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. "You're suggesting magic is real." "I'm suggesting the distinction between magic and science may be less clear than we've been taught to believe." Holmes turned from the window. Webb didn't think he was performing magic. He thought he was discovering natural laws that science had overlooked because it refused to examine phenomena that couldn't be easily measured or explained. Shadow as a realm rather than an absence. Darkness as a substance rather than a void. These concepts violate our understanding, yes, but so did electromagnetism before we understood it. So did countless discoveries that seemed magical until they were explained. The afternoon wore into evening as they worked through Webb's research, cross-referencing his notes with their own observations of the shadow in Holmes's study. A pattern emerged. Webb had been methodically exploring the properties of shadow for years, each experiment building on the last, gradually developing a theoretical framework that combined optics, geometry, symbolic mathematics, and what he called threshold physics, the study of boundaries between states of being. His final experiment, the one that had apparently succeeded in allowing him passage into the shadow world, required 7 components working in precise harmony. First, the 7 light sources arranged in a heptagonal pattern, each calibrated to emit light at intensities following the Fibonacci sequence. Second, the 7 obsidian anchors, each placed at a light source position and carved with appropriate planetary metallic symbolism. Third, the mirror apparatus at the centre, designed to reflect and concentrate light in specific patterns that created zones of enhanced shadow. Fourth, absolute darkness in the surrounding environment, the curtains drawn, all other light sources extinguished. Fifth, precise timing. Webb's notes indicated the threshold was most accessible at midnight, though he theorized this was symbolic rather than literally temporal. Sixth, the presence of a conscious observer at the center point. The act of observation itself seemed crucial to Webb's theory, as if awareness played a role in thinning the membrane between worlds. Seventh, and most mysterious, what Webb called intentional resonance. The observer must desire passage, must consciously will themselves toward the shadow realm. Passive observation wasn't enough. The traveller must choose to cross. It reads like a ritual, Watson observed, running his finger down the list of requirements Holmes had compiled. Not a scientific experiment, but something out of medieval grimoires. Ritual is simply repeated action with symbolic significance, Holmes replied. Science performs rituals constantly, standardized procedures, replicable methods, formal protocols. The difference is largely semantic. Watson couldn't entirely argue with that, though it troubled him to see Holmes, the most rational man he knew, seriously entertaining ideas that bordered on the occult. But then they'd watched a shadow transmit messages in Morse code. They'd received communication from a man trapped in darkness. Rationality itself had become negotiable. As night fell and Mrs. Hudson brought dinner they barely touched, Mycroft arrived unannounced, looking even more haggard than when they'd last seen him. He'd removed his usual facade of unflappable superiority, replaced by genuine anxiety that sat strangely on his normally composed features. "The situations at Whitehall have escalated," he said without preamble, accepting the brandy Watson offered. 3 more researchers have reported shadow anomalies, and this morning one of them vanished. Holmes looked up sharply from the journal he'd been reading. Vanished how? He was working alone in one of the sealed laboratories. Colleagues heard him cry out. When they entered, the door had to be forced. The room was empty. No windows, no other exits. The man had simply ceased to exist in our world. Mycroft drained his brandy in a single gulp. His shadow remains, though, painted on the wall where he'd been standing, a perfect silhouette that doesn't fade even when light is directed at it from different angles. Watson set down his own glass with a hand that wasn't entirely steady. A shadow without a source, the inverse of what happened to Webb. Indeed, and the government is now in full panic. They're demanding I provide solutions, but I have none to offer. Our best physicists are baffled. Our only hope is that you've discovered something in Webb's research that might explain how to reverse these breaches. Holmes gestured to the organised chaos of the study. We've discovered Webb's methodology. The question is whether we dare attempt to replicate it. He spent the next hour walking Mycroft through their findings, Webb's theoretical framework, the specific requirements for creating a threshold, the symbolic and scientific elements working in concert. Mycroft listened with the focused attention of a man for whom understanding might be the difference between catastrophe and salvation. So you could, theoretically, recreate his experiment, Mycroft said when Holmes finished. Open the doorway he opened, but then what? How does that retrieve Webb or seal the breaches? That's the central problem, Holmes admitted. Webb's notes explain how to create a threshold. They don't explain how to close it once opened, or how to extract someone who's crossed over. He was so confident in his ability to navigate both worlds that he apparently didn't consider the possibility of becoming trapped. Watson had been studying one of the later journal entries. Wait, look at this passage, dated August 20th, 2 days before he disappeared. Webb writes, "The key to safe passage is maintaining dual presence. One must exist simultaneously in both realms, anchored in light while exploring shadow. The mirrors serve this purpose. By positioning them to reflect the traveller from multiple angles, They create a resonance that holds the traveller's image in the light world even as their consciousness explores the shadow realm. Breaking this resonance is the danger. If the traveller loses sight of their reflection, they risk becoming fully immersed in shadow with no anchor to guide them back. Holmes moved quickly to read the passage himself. Dual presence. Of course. Webb succeeded in crossing over but failed to maintain his anchor in the light world. He became fully immersed in shadow, and without that reflected image holding him here, he couldn't find his way back. Then the solution is obvious, Mycroft said. We recreate his threshold, but we ensure the mirrors are positioned to maintain constant reflection. If Webb can see himself reflected back from our world, he can use that as a beacon to guide his return. Theoretically, yes, but we'd need to open the threshold wide enough and stable enough for him to make the crossing, and we'd need to do so without losing our own anchors in the process. Holmes began pacing, his mind working through possibilities and dangers. It would require at least 2 people, one to maintain the threshold apparatus, one to serve as observer and anchor for Webb's return, and we'd need absolute precision in recreating his original configuration. Watson stood, his decision already made. I'll be the anchor, you'll manage the apparatus, we'll attempt the retrieval. The risks, Holmes began. Are irrelevant if a man's life can be saved, Watson interrupted firmly. We've faced danger before, Holmes. At least this danger serves a purpose beyond solving some abstract puzzle. Mycroft looked between the 2 men, clearly torn between relief that someone was willing to attempt a solution and horror at what that attempt might entail. When? Tonight, Holmes said decisively. Webb's shadow has been signalling that time is running out. We don't know if that means hours or days, but we cannot afford to delay. Besides, midnight appears to be the optimal time for threshold creation. Whether that's genuinely temporal or simply psychological doesn't matter. Webb believed it, which means his consciousness will resonate more strongly at that hour. They spent the remaining hours before midnight in meticulous preparation. The 7 lamps were positioned according to Webb's heptagonal pattern, each one carefully calibrated to the appropriate intensity ratio using the gauges built into their design. The obsidian anchors were placed at each lamp position, their carved symbols facing inward toward the centre. The mirror apparatus was examined and adjusted until it matched Webb's specifications exactly. Holmes insisted on multiple redundancies. Watson would stand at the centre point, maintaining visual contact with his reflection in the mirrors at all times. Holmes would monitor the apparatus from outside the heptagon, ready to adjust light intensities if needed, and Mycroft, somewhat to his dismay, was assigned the task of documenting everything, timing each phase, noting any unusual phenomena, and serving as a backup observer who could maintain objective perspective. Mrs. Hudson was sent to stay with her sister for the night, despite her protests that she'd weathered stranger occurrences and wasn't about to be frightened off by a bit of shadow play. Holmes insisted, and eventually she departed with considerable grumbling about ungrateful tenants who don't appreciate a good landlady's fortitude. At 11:30 they drew all the curtains and extinguished every light source except the 7 calibrated lamps. The study transformed into a space of strange geometries, light and shadow playing across the mirrors in patterns that seemed to shift and breathe. At the centre of the apparatus the darkness deepened noticeably, becoming more solid, more present. Watson positioned himself at the centre point, surrounded by mirrors that reflected him from 7 different angles. The effect was disorienting but also oddly stabilising. He could see himself from multiple perspectives simultaneously, a reminder of his continued existence in the physical world. Holmes made a final check of each lamp, adjusting intensities minutely until his instruments confirmed they matched Webb's specifications exactly. Mycroft sat at the desk with pocket watch and notebook, ready to document whatever occurred. The clock on the mantelpiece began its midnight chimes. On the 3rd chime, the shadow at Watson's feet began to deepen, spreading outward in ways that defied the fixed positions of the light sources. On the 5th chime, the mirrors began reflecting not just Watson's image, but something else. Darker shapes that moved behind his reflection like fish swimming beneath ice. On the 8th chime, the temperature in the room dropped perceptibly, and Watson's breath became visible as mist. On the 12th and final chime, the darkness at the centre point tore open. It wasn't a dramatic rupture, but something quieter and somehow more unsettling, reality simply thinning until it became permeable, like fabric worn so thin you could see through it to whatever lay beyond. Through that thinned membrane, Watson could see into shadow itself. The shadow world wasn't empty darkness as he'd imagined. It was a realm of subtle gradations, greys and blacks in infinite variation, textures of shadow he'd never imagined existed. And there, visible through the membrane like a figure seen through fog, stood Cornelius Webb. The physicist looked translucent, almost ghostly, his form rendered in shades of grey against the darker background of the shadow realm. His eyes, colourless in this monochrome world, focused on Watson with desperate intensity. "Can you hear me?" Watson called, his voice sounding strange in the charged atmosphere of the study. Webb's mouth moved, but no sound emerged. He gestured frantically, pointing at the mirrors surrounding Watson, then at himself, making pulling motions as if trying to draw something toward him. "The mirrors," Holmes said from his position outside the heptagon. "He needs to see himself reflected. Watson, angle yourself so your reflection is visible through the membrane." Watson shifted position, and suddenly Webb's expression changed from desperation to hope. He could see the reflection, see himself as he'd been in the physical world, anchored in light and substance. He reached toward it, his translucent hand extending through the membrane. "He's trying to cross back," Mycroft observed, his voice tight with tension, "but the threshold isn't wide enough." Holmes moved to the lamp marked with the sun symbol, number 4 in the sequence, and carefully increased its intensity. The threshold rippled, expanding slightly. Webb pushed further through, more of his form becoming visible, gaining solidity as he connected with his reflected image. But something else was happening. The shadows around Webb were moving, swirling like disturbed water. Other shapes became visible in the shadow realm, vague forms that pressed toward the opening threshold, curious or hungry, or simply drawn to the light that was so foreign to their dark domain. "Holmes," Watson said urgently, "there's something else here. Multiple somethings." "Hold your position," Holmes commanded, adjusting another lamp. "Webb, you must move quickly. We may not be able to maintain the threshold for long." Webb pulled himself forward with visible effort, as if moving through thick liquid. His form grew more solid as more of him passed through the membrane, becoming less translucent, more present. He was perhaps halfway through, when the shadows behind him surged forward suddenly, and Watson saw with horror that they had faces, or suggestions of faces, features formed from deeper darkness within the general shadow. "Hurry!" Watson reached toward Webb, though he knew better than to actually grasp the physicist and risk being pulled through himself. "Holmes, whatever you're going to do." Holmes made a decision born of desperation and intuition. He stepped into the heptagon himself, joining Watson at the centre point. The effect was immediate. With 2 conscious observers anchored in the light world, the threshold stabilized and expanded. Webb pulled himself through with a final effort, and suddenly he was there, solid and real, collapsing onto the floor of the study with a gasp of released breath. Behind him, the shadows pressed against the membrane, but without Webb pulling them forward, they couldn't cross. Holmes quickly adjusted the lamps, reducing their intensities in reverse sequence. The threshold shrank, the membrane thickening, until with an almost audible snap it sealed itself completely. The shadows in the study returned to normal. The temperature rose. The strange charge in the air dissipated like smoke on wind. Cornelius Webb lay on the floor, breathing heavily, looking around at the gaslit study with the wonder of a man who'd thought he'd never see such ordinary sights again. His form was solid now, casting a proper shadow that matched his position, and the light sources exactly. "Water!" he gasped. "Please, water!" Watson, ever the doctor, was already moving to provide it. Mycroft sat frozen at the desk, his notebook forgotten, staring at the impossible thing they'd just accomplished. Holmes stood in the centre of the mirror apparatus, his own shadow pooling normally at his feet, and allowed himself a moment of profound relief. They'd done it. They'd retrieved a man from shadow itself. They'd opened a door between worlds and closed it again without losing anyone to the darkness beyond. And Cornelius Webb, physicist and explorer of impossible realms, had returned from 3 months of exile in a place where light had no meaning and shadow was everything. The question now was what he'd learned in that darkness, and whether that knowledge could help them seal the breaches permanently before more people vanished into shadow and never found their way home. Cornelius Webb sat in Watson's vacated armchair, wrapped in a blanket despite the warmth Holmes had restored to the study by rekindling the fire. The physicist looked like a man who'd aged a decade in 3 months. His hair had gone prematurely grey at the temples, his face was gaunt, and his eyes carried a distant quality, as if part of him remained in that shadow realm even now that his body had returned. Watson, in full medical mode, had examined him thoroughly. Physically, Webb was malnourished and dehydrated, but otherwise sound. The real damage, Watson suspected, was psychological. 3 months of isolation in darkness would test anyone's sanity, even a brilliant mind like Webb's. "Drink slowly," Watson instructed, handing him a second glass of water. "Your body needs to readjust gradually. Mrs. Hudson left bread and cold meat in the kitchen. When you're ready, small amounts at first." Webb nodded, his hands shaking slightly as he raised the glass. He drank, set it down, and finally spoke in a voice that sounded rusty from disuse. "How long? How long was I gone?" 3 months, Holmes said quietly. "August 23rd to November 29th. 3 months." Webb closed his eyes. It felt like years. Time doesn't work the same way there. Hours stretch, minutes compress. I tried counting to keep track, but I'd lose my place, forget if I was counting seconds or heartbeats or... He trailed off, shuddering. Mycroft had been standing near the window, watching the proceedings with the careful attention of a man evaluating a potentially dangerous situation. Now he moved closer, his voice gentle but insistent. "Mr. Webb, I represent His Majesty's government. We need to understand what happened to you, what you experienced, and most urgently, we need to know if you can help us seal the breaches that your research appears to have opened." Webb looked up at him with eyes that had seen things Mycroft couldn't imagine. "Breaches? Plural?" "The government has been conducting similar experiments," Holmes explained, "independently of your work, though clearly inspired by related theoretical frameworks. They call it the Lightless Weapons Project. Their research has created additional tiers in the membrane between our world and the Shadow Realm. One researcher has already been lost. Others have reported phenomena similar to what I experienced. Shadows behaving abnormally, growing larger, moving independently." "Of course they have," Webb said bitterly. "I warned them. Years ago, when I presented my initial findings to the Royal Society, I warned them that Shadow was not inert, that it was a realm, a dimension, a space with its own properties. They laughed, called my theories the ramblings of an overworked mind, and now they've been experimenting without understanding what they're manipulating." He leaned forward, and despite his weakened state, intensity filled his voice. "You cannot weaponize Shadow. Shadow is not a tool or a substance to be controlled. It's a world, a living world in its way. And when you tear holes between our realm of light and that realm of darkness, you're not just creating doorways, you're creating wounds, injuries in the fabric of reality itself." Holmes pulled up a chair, sitting across from Webb. "Tell us everything. Start from the beginning. What happened when you stepped through your threshold?" Webb was quiet for a long moment, gathering his thoughts, or perhaps gathering the courage to revisit memories he'd rather forget. When he spoke, his voice carried the distant quality of someone recounting a dream, or nightmare. "I'd spent months perfecting the apparatus, the calculations, the symbolic framework, the precise arrangement of lights and mirrors. I knew theoretically what should happen, but theory and experience are vastly different things. When I activated the configuration that night, when I stood at the center point and felt the membrane thin around me, I experienced a moment of pure terror. Every instinct screamed at me to step back, to abandon the attempt. But I'd come so far, worked so hard, I had to know if I was right." He accepted more water from Watson, drinking slowly before continuing. "The transition was like, imagine diving into water, but the water is darkness itself, not the absence of light, you understand. Actual darkness that has substance and texture. It pressed against me, around me, through me. For a moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I was drowning in shadow, and then suddenly I could breathe again. But the air, if you can call it air, was different. Heavier, colder. It tasted of nothing, which sounds meaningless. But I swear the air in the shadow world has no flavour, no scent. It's like breathing absence itself." Watson made notes, his medical training compelling him to document symptoms even of experiences that defied medical understanding. "What did you see?" "Everything and nothing." Webb smiled without humour. "The shadow world is not uniformly dark. There are gradations, infinite subtle variations of grey and black, textures you wouldn't believe darkness could possess. Some areas are thick, almost solid. Others are thin, gossamer, like fog. And the topology is wrong. Geometry doesn't work the same way there. Distances stretch and compress. A step might carry you meters or millimeters, and you can't predict which. Direction becomes meaningless. Up and down, left and right. They're suggestions rather than certainties. He paused, his gaze growing distant. And you're not alone there. That's the thing they need to understand. The shadow world isn't empty. It's inhabited. Mycroft stepped closer, all attention now. Inhabited by what? I don't know what to call them. Shadow entities? Darkness dwellers? They're not physical as we understand it. No solid form, no bodies in the conventional sense. But they're conscious, aware, intelligent in their way. They knew I didn't belong there. They could sense that I was something foreign, something from the light world that had no business in their realm. Were they hostile? Holmes asked. Not exactly. Curious, certainly. Some seemed almost friendly, or as friendly as beings of pure darkness can be. They'd approach, circling me like fish around a diver. I could feel their attention, their interest. Others were more aggressive, not violent but territorial. They'd push against me, trying to move me away from certain areas. I learned quickly that the shadow world has geography, borders, territories. The entities have their own hierarchies, their own conflicts. Webb's hands tightened on the blanket. But the worst were the ones that felt hungry. Not physically hungry. They don't eat as we understand eating. But they hungered for something I possessed. Light memory, I started calling it. I still carried traces of light within me, memories of illumination, of colour, of warmth. And some of the shadow entities wanted that desperately. They'd press close, trying to draw those memories out of me. I learned to retreat whenever I sensed them approaching. Watson set down his notebook. How did you survive for 3 months in such conditions? Barely, Webb's voice cracked slightly. The shadow world is timeless in some ways, but consciousness still requires something to sustain it. I discovered that in the deeper regions, where shadow is most dense, there are pockets of what I can only describe as condensed darkness. Consuming tiny amounts allowed me to persist, to maintain coherence. It was like eating night itself, and it sustained my shadow form just enough to prevent me from dissipating entirely. Your shadow form? Holmes leaned forward. When you cross into the shadow world, you become a shadow yourself. My physical body, or what I perceived as my body, was rendered in shades of grey, translucent, insubstantial. I could pass through what would be solid objects in the light world. I existed as a 3-dimensional shadow, if that makes any sense. And maintaining that form required tremendous concentration. If I let my awareness slip, I'd start to dissolve, to become one with the surrounding darkness. That's why time felt so distorted. I was in constant meditation, constantly holding on to my sense of self. Mycroft had been pacing, processing this information. You mentioned trying to communicate. The messages we received in Morse code. That was you? Webb nodded. I found I could still perceive the light world, but only dimly, only in fragments. Mirrors helped. They created thin spots where I could see through more clearly. And shadows cast in your world created corresponding forms in the shadow world. When Mr. Holmes's shadow appeared in my vicinity, enlarged by your gaslight, I recognized it as a connection point. I could interact with it, manipulate its density to create patterns. But you had to wait until the government experiments created additional breaches, Holmes said, understanding. Your initial crossing created one tear in the membrane, but it wasn't enough for communication. When Whitehall's research created more breaches, the entire membrane weakened, allowing you to signal through. Exactly. The breaches are all connected. Think of them as tears in a single fabric. The more tears you create, the weaker the entire fabric becomes. And that's the danger none of you seem to understand, Webb's voice grew urgent, the scientist overriding the traumatized survivor. Every breach makes the membrane more permeable. Continue this way, and eventually the separation between light world and shadow world will collapse entirely. The two realms will merge, and neither will survive the conjunction. The study fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. The implications of Webb's warning settled over them like a shroud. Then we need to seal the breaches, Mycroft said finally. All of them. Permanently. Can it be done? Webb stood shakily, Watson moving to support him if needed. The physicist crossed to the mirror apparatus, still positioned in the centre of the study, and examined it with a mixture of nostalgia and revulsion. The breaches can be sealed, but not easily. Each tear needs to be closed individually, using a reversal of the process that created it. Light and shadow must be brought back into proper balance, the membrane reinforced, the symbolic framework dismantled. "Show us," Holmes said simply. Webb nodded and turned to the 7 lamps arranged in their heptagonal pattern. The creation of a threshold requires increasing complexity, adding elements, building toward an apex of interaction between light and shadow. Closure requires the opposite, deliberate simplification, removing elements in reverse order, unwinding the configuration that was built. He moved to the lamp marked with the symbol for Saturn, the 7th in the sequence, the final lamp added in the original configuration. We begin with the outermost point. The last to be activated must be the first to be deactivated, but it cannot simply be extinguished. The closure must be intentional, ritualized, if you will. The consciousness that opened the breach must consciously choose to close it. "But you're no longer at the Devonshire Street laboratory," Watson pointed out. "Your original breach was created there, not here." "The specific location matters less than you'd think," Webb replied. "Once a breach is opened, it exists in the membrane itself, not in a particular place. I can close my original breach from anywhere as long as I have the proper apparatus and intention. The Whitehall breaches, however, will need to be closed by those who created them, or by someone who fully understands what they did and can reverse it with equivalent intention." Holmes stood and began pacing, his mind working through the logistics. "Then we need a multi-stage approach. First, we close your breach here and now, which will serve as proof of concept and slightly strengthen the overall membrane. Second, we go to Whitehall with you and apply the same methodology to their breaches. Third, we ensure no new breaches are created by shutting down their research permanently." "The government won't like that," Mycroft said quietly. "They've invested considerable resources in the Lightless Weapons project. There will be resistance to abandoning it." "Then you convince them," Holmes said sharply. "You tell them that their weapons research has brought us to the brink of catastrophic dimensional collapse. You tell them that pursuit of military advantage isn't worth destroying the barrier between light and shadow. And if they don't listen—" He paused, his expression hardening. "Then you make them listen, Mycroft. Use whatever authority you possess. Call in favours, threaten careers, do whatever is necessary." Mycroft met his brother's gaze and nodded slowly. "I'll make them understand." Webb had been adjusting the lamps while they spoke, calibrating them back to their original settings. "We should begin the closure now, while we have everyone here to witness and assist. Watson, you'll need to stand at the centre point again, not to cross through, but to serve as a conscious anchor. Holmes, monitor the light intensities and reduce them as I indicate. Mycroft, document everything. The government will need precise instructions for closing their breaches." They took their positions, recreating the configuration that had opened the threshold, but now with the intent to close it. Webb stood outside the heptagon, his hands moving with practiced precision as he began the reversal ritual. "The key is intention," he explained as he worked. "Every action must be conscious, deliberate, and focused on separation rather than connection. When I deactivated this lamp," he gestured to the Saturn position, "I am not merely turning down the flame, I am consciously severing the symbolic connection it represents, declaring that lead and Saturn no longer serve as anchors for this threshold, that their association with the 7th point is dissolved." He turned down the lamp slowly, speaking words that might have been scientific notation or alchemical incantation. The boundary between the two had become meaningless. The light dimmed, and in the centre of the apparatus the shadow shifted subtly, becoming slightly less present, slightly more ordinary. "Good," Webb said. "Now the 6th position. Jupiter and tin, connection severed, anchor released." He moved to the next lamp. The process continued methodically. Each lamp was deactivated with full conscious intention, each symbolic connection deliberately broken. As the light sources diminished, the shadows in the study gradually returned to normal behaviour. The sense of charged atmosphere dissipated. The feeling that reality had become thin and permeable faded like morning fog under sunlight. When Webb reached the first lamp, sun and gold, the primary position, he paused and looked at Holmes. "This is the critical moment, the final severance. I need you and Watson to both focus your intention on closure, on separation, on the natural boundary between light and shadow being restored and reinforced. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, then nodded. Whatever skepticism they might have once held about consciousness affecting physical reality had been thoroughly demolished over the past few days. Webb placed his hand on the lamp's control. Light and shadow, divided as they should be. No bridge between, no threshold, no passage, only proper separation, natural and complete. He turned down, and the final lamp. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then Holmes felt it, a subtle shift, like the release of tension he hadn't consciously noticed he was carrying. The study felt different, more solid, more singular, as if it had been existing slightly out of phase with itself and had suddenly snapped back into full alignment. The mirror apparatus, which had seemed so charged with potential just minutes ago, now looked like nothing more than a curious brass framework and some well-positioned mirrors. The obsidian anchors were just carved stones. The space at the center point was just space, with no hint of membrane or threshold or impossible doorway to realms of living shadow. "It's done," Webb said quietly. "The breach I created is closed, sealed. The membrane is restored in this location." Watson stepped out of the center point, and Holmes noticed that their shadows now behaved with absolute normalcy. Faithful reproductions of their forms, dependent entirely on light source and position, nothing more. The shadow world had released its tenuous connection to this room. Mycroft had been writing frantically, documenting every step of the closure process. Now he looked up, his expression carrying both relief and concern. "We'll need to repeat this at Whitehall, multiple times, if they've created multiple breaches." "I'll help," Webb said, though exhaustion was evident in every line of his body. "I created this problem, or at least contributed to it. I need to help solve it. But first," he turned to Holmes and Watson, "thank you for believing my signals were real, for having the courage to open a threshold and pull me back. I was beginning to think I'd spend eternity in shadow, slowly losing coherence until I became just another nameless entity drifting in the dark." Holmes inclined his head. "Thank Watson. He was the one who insisted we attempt the retrieval. Both of you," Webb said firmly. "Watson's courage and your brilliance. I owe you my life, such as it is after 3 months in the shadows. That's a debt I can never fully repay, but I can at least help ensure no one else suffers the same fate." Dawn was beginning to break beyond the windows, London emerging from night into the grey light of early morning. The fog had lifted, revealing the city in all its ordinary Victorian solidity, brick and stone and coal smoke, cabs and street vendors, and the endless bustle of metropolitan life. Inside the study at 221B Baker Street, 4 men stood surrounded by the apparatus of impossible science, having just closed a doorway between worlds and retrieved a lost soul from shadow itself. "We should rest," Watson said practically. "Webb needs proper food and sleep, we all do. Whitehall can wait a few hours." Holmes wanted to argue. Urgency pressed at him, the knowledge that every moment delayed was a moment the membrane remained compromised. But looking at Webb's exhausted face and Watson's weary eyes, he relented. "A few hours," he agreed. "Then, we finish this properly." They dismantled the apparatus carefully, packing the lamps and obsidian anchors back into their crates. The mirrors were repositioned to normal orientations. The study gradually returned to its usual cluttered state. Books and papers and chemical equipment, the comfortable chaos of a working detective's domain. Mrs. Hudson returned just after 8 o'clock, having received Watson's message that it was safe to come home. She took one look at the 4 exhausted men and the pale, grey-haired stranger wrapped in a blanket, and without asking a single question, disappeared into her kitchen to prepare a massive breakfast. Over eggs and bacon and strong tea, Webb told them more about the shadow world, not the scientific details, but the experiential truth of existing in darkness, the strange beauty of it, the terrible isolation, the gradual erosion of certainty about what was real and what was a nightmare. He spoke of the entities he'd encountered, their alien consciousness, their incomprehensible motivations. "Some of them understood that I didn't belong there," he said, spreading marmalade on toast with hands that had stopped shaking. "They tried to help in their way, guiding me toward thinner areas of the membrane where I might perceive the light world more clearly. Others simply ignored me, going about whatever business shadow entities conduct, and a few—" he paused. "A few seemed to realize that if I could cross from light to shadow, perhaps they could cross from shadow to light. Those were the ones I avoided most carefully." Could they? Mycroft asked sharply. Could shadow entities cross into our world? Not easily. They're fundamentally creatures of darkness. Light is painful to them, perhaps fatal. But if the membrane weakens enough, if the breaches multiply— Webb set down his toast, appetite suddenly gone. Then yes, they could cross. And I don't think our world is prepared for what that would mean. It was the final motivation they needed, if any remained necessary. By 9 o'clock, they'd gathered themselves and prepared to depart for Whitehall. Webb had bathed and dressed in clothes Watson provided. They fit poorly, Webb being taller and thinner, but they were clean and from the light world, and that seemed to comfort him. A government carriage arrived at 9:30, sent by Mycroft's orders. As they climbed aboard, Holmes took one last look at his study window. His shadow fell normally across the floor, behaving exactly as shadows had behaved throughout human history. Simple, predictable, nothing more than absence of light where his body blocked illumination. But he would never see shadows quite the same way again. None of them would. They'd learned that darkness was not empty, that shadow was not mere absence. The world had become more complex, more mysterious, and infinitely more dangerous than they'd ever imagined. The carriage pulled away from Baker Street, carrying them toward Whitehall and the final confrontation with research that had torn holes in reality itself. Behind them, London went about its morning business, unaware how close it had come to catastrophic dimensional collapse. And in the shadows, in alleyways and beneath bridges, in basements and darkened rooms across the city, the membrane between worlds trembled, still weakened, still permeable, waiting to see if the breaches would be sealed or if the barrier would fail entirely and two realms would merge in chaos. The answer would be decided in the hours to come, in government laboratories where ambitious men had played with forces they didn't understand, creating weapons from shadow and never considering that shadow might have its own intentions, its own awareness, its own hunger for the light. The carriage rolled on through London's morning streets, carrying four men who'd seen the impossible and now had to ensure the impossible never happened again. The final sealing of the breaches awaited, and somewhere in the shadows of Whitehall darkness waited to see if it would be contained or released. That's our story for tonight. Maybe you're drifting off beneath the soft night of Kiev, the warm island breeze of Mauritius, the quiet glow of Montreal, or the moonlit calm of Athens. If this tale brought you ease, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle stillness. Let the world fade softly now. Let your breath grow light. Let your dreams wander where they wish. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.